I'm back. Right. Time can go to 3. We will be running 3-day seasons from next month. Just to make life a bit easier. So I've moved the bail trigger. I want to see if by moving the bail trigger, if it actually has an effect. There you go. Also, that straw trigger's moved as well, so that straw trigger may work a bit better. If this doesn't work, we'll just switch over. Yeah, nothing, because it was working there before. Right, this is the moment of truth. Yeah, so the trigger's moved. So, right, what I want to try and do, now that the trigger's moved, I want to try something. To make it work a bit easier with this. I love the way it says mixed ration does not accept. That means it's full. Oh. So yeah, so there it is. The trigger boxes still may need to be adjusted. But overall, yeah, that works a hell of a lot better. So, right. We can do. Disconnect that. Time to get this barley harvested. Before we do that, I'm just wondering. We put it down at 1. How are the animals looking? Where's our priority with them today? So they've got enough stuff. They've got enough. They're fine. They'll need water. That needs to be sunflower. We'll activate that today. That's doing well. That's doing well. That's producing. So right, get jump in here. What we're gonna do is pull out that. Okay. We're not gonna upgrade the combine because our priority is we need the money for that. So what options have we actually got under this bad boy? $80 grand. We can always buy it then resell it after we've used it. Still surprised this fits. In all honesty. Still surprised this fits. Right. What I want to do should have come in. First time I've ever actually tried to do this, so a little bit rough to work out what exactly to do. Just ran in barley slightly. The soybeans just a fraction nearly there. Right. So the plan is we want to back this. I never thought I'd be using a header trailer on no man's land. Right. Grab the combine. We will, so it's the 5780. I want to see how much the header tank is to change on it. It's that one there. Wheels we'll do later. $6,000. Right. Right. Thing is, we don't want to make it look completely empty is what I'm trying not to do. That makes sense. We are on the borderline of our patch right here. But it's fine. Right. Thing is, we can always come back in and replant later on. It's not 100% an issue. So we basically just need to make enough cash to cover what we're doing. Basically. See where that gets us on the list of do lists. 4. Okay, let's have a look how bad that looks from the air. Yeah, you can't even see we've gone from middle path. And it's like, yeah, we've literally cut a hole in the middle, and you kind of can see the differences. It's quite cool. Right, what have we got on the back of these? Wrong one. We got anything else we can take? We've cut a massive hole in the centre of this already, you see. Yeah, we definitely need to get replanting at some point. We're trying to put a massive hole in the centre of these. There's this one here can go. So I think our next investment ASAP will be a tree planter. I think that's a good size. That's a really good size. Be taken out. There's not many of these left in here. But yeah, we need this for because I want to upgrade the combine header. It'll basically take. It'll mean it'll be just one tank full. Do the whole lot now. But there should be 6k in the bank. So everything we've done should give us the upgrades we need for the combine. That's all I'm doing this for, is the combine. Do all that later. Right. Am I still having issues? I was then, yeah. Could always learn how to put a 4-metre spruce back down. But yeah, right, let's cut this bad boy up. Try to earn some cash. Yeah. On the dot. So what it means is The reason I've done that is so I can do this. Right. That's when we've got the moment 14,100. And it's 17. That I find is ridiculous, being 27.5 grand. That puts us 22.5. $599. Yeah, 22.95. We still made a bit more cash. So how big's our trailer? Yeah, you know when you're looking at stuff going, is that a bit too big for the farm though? That one there. It can take a 30-meter boom. The one we're running at the moment is that. It's about the right size, 20. Yeah, 20 meter cubed. 20,000 litres. But the one I'm after is that. So that's about right, so it's the, yeah, it's still the wrong tanker. So that can still fit the 30-meter boom. How do you go for smaller? No. You've got 36, so we can fit a 36 or a 30. Yeah, 30-meter be what we want. The front tank. That front tank I might mod. Put a bit more in between them. But yeah, no, it's not the right one we want. I don't think there's anything else in use, was there? No. Right, trailers. Our trailer's 26. And our combine is 22. So yeah. It'll do 90% of it. The reason I've done that is just so it does 90% of the barley field. Right. Does this fold out? Why it unfold? I don't think the top unfolds now. I think the top, yeah. So basically that is now permanently out. Which is crazy. It works. How big's the X? So what the other classes I got now? I might have a look at putting that class back on. That one there I would want. That grain tank is exactly the same grain tank as what we're running. We could go combine and forage wagon green and then run everything else. What does the ideal run in? 17, 12. What's their X9? 16. I haven't got the X9 on there. Let me just pull up on the website because I just want to have a look at the Lexion. $18. I'm looking for the modded X9. There you go, sim modding. Right, 27,400. Right, so before we start, I'm actually going to do some changes. So I've made a decision where I want to run on here. So, yeah. So I've decided my combine and forage wagon wants to be John Deere. Based on grain tanks. Don't know what the header is on. It runs a 13, 12 and 10. So I'm going to install that and see what the grain tanks give me. You know what I said about fixing mods? Yep. I'm not sure about them. I was thinking about them. I will want to try popular on it because I haven't done it yet. I'm thinking of going for the John Deere forage wagon. So I'm thinking that's the way I want to run with this. Right, let's see what this class gives me. Yeah, nothing. If I want it, it's gonna, yeah, needs a grain tank upgrade. At least with this, bog standard out of the box. Main colour. Trying to work out what that changes. I can't actually see what that. I can't see what that changes. Okay. Weird. Right. Be that one. Because of course you would want it. I'll go top spec. I would actually put this as top spec. This X9. And then it can run with a 30, and then I'll put it with a 15-metre header. Just because why not? Or 13 should I say. Right. DDDD, where were we? Yeah, that's out of the way. Good. Just one job at a time. Like I said, we're a long way. Where are we with? Yep. Good. So I'm actually probably going to put all of it down this time. I don't normally. But what I'm going to do, I want to see if I've got. Evans will be on the keyboard. Okay. Let's get it cutting. So what we want to do is that on. So we want to get the first cut kind of itch out of the way. Actually, before we carry on, I want to download a. I want to put a mod on. So get rid of that thing and put the other mod on. I really need to go through the mods at some point, but I'm trying to do this all in cap. Yeah, I've got enough room to turn. I was going to, but then I realised it's too slow. I can reposition myself back up with the build behind me. Get that bit. Yep. I decided to actually put all the straw down this time. So I normally don't do the headlands, but so I am going to try and run as realistically as possible. I'll do that. Let's see if I've done with manoeuvring. Yep, fine. We went slightly into the crop there, but I think overall we're doing well. Could be positioned over a fraction, in all honesty. Being in cab and not having that great visibility, it's not doing too bad. We're 20% full, so yep. Would have made that around there. I didn't realise we'll clip that in a tree. But yeah, we'll make that. But just driving in cab, we're doing well. Yeah, I've put it up to 3 days from next game day. Make life a little bit easier. Problems is in these mirrors, you can't see now sync. That's kind of the issue. But I am trying to run in cab. I haven't checked the price of soybeans, it's the only thing I haven't done yet. Where is the price of soybeans? Still rising. So that'll be rising to about 8 o'clock tonight. We haven't actually got the header yet. It's kind of my issue. We haven't actually bought the header yet. By the way, it kind of feeds it and then stacks it. But yeah, I deleted the mod because I've got that on so you can lean through the cab. It's actually kind of a better mod. It should be easier to anchor this self in now. We're just getting that first part in. Once that first part's nailed, it kind of becomes a little bit easier. At least the forage harvester will have GPS. Right, we're 45% full. So the next upgrade will be GPS on this. That was lucky. %. Yeah, I've decided to put the straw down completely now. That's what I've decided to do on this one. So do 2 headlands, and I'm probably gonna drop it out of first person. I don't know, I might try and see if I can actually stay right. I want to see if I can. No, I'm going to try and go 90 because of the baler. It's easier if you don't turn. That makes sense. We are 58% full. But yeah, by now we wouldn't need to empty. Kind of what I'm on about by not having big, by having a big tank. It just makes harvesting on your own that little bit easier. So we've got 20k in the bank, so if it comes to it, I will just bounce a whole load of trees to make the rest of the figures that we need. So there's our turning circle built. put this in. Into there. Let's go for it. If we can get the whole field done off one tank, I'll be happy. I know this top headland's not straight. We've just got to make sure we don't run too far into that straw. Yeah, so we have picked up a little bit off the headland. Where's our... Not doing too bad. Absolute beasting machine. Probably a bit slower. Doing it all in cab. Because you don't have the same lineup potentials, but yeah, it's working. So I want to swing myself like that. Of course, if you had GPS, it would be GPS does the turning for you. We are picking up a bit of straw on the headlands, but I'm not too worried about that. I decided, because of the way the finances are on this game, or the finances of us, I decided it's easier running the whole straw, and we'll bail the whole lot up at the end. But yeah, I think we'll do this first person, and then we'll do the next field, like the runs up and down. So we'll do the headland first person, but then we'll do these runs. So yeah, we've got 80% of the tank, so we're doing well. As we come out of here, see, you do lose a little bit coming out the back of here. But you lose a little bit of straw. 80%. And that's what you can hear the audible warnings for. %. 80%. I'm actually going to try something in a minute. I want to try and adjust my field of view in a moment. If I actually nailed that, without GPS. Nearly. I think the last field of barley. Oh no, we don't need to. So yeah, what we'll do is, sorry, my mistake. So yeah, we're doing this the right way. So what we'll do is, as soon as we finished here, we will keep going until everything's finished 92%. So, which is good. Don't think these were rolled. Honestly. I want to see how much more of a tank load we can get out. Right. Let's just see if we can go change the camera angle.
A wise man once said, to forget how to dig the soil, tend the earth, is to forget ourselves. Well, maybe so.
Yeah, right. I'll be right down. With only one person, I'll be right down the bottom of the list. Right, I've upped it for the combine. Let's see what 64 gives me. That's a bit better. We still feel like we're way too high up. I can still see the screen clear as day. And also I can just about see the box pillars. Right. Where's what's left? Jump out capsule, I can actually see, so that's good there, isn't it? I had to jump out so I could see. Hang on, what happens when I jump out? I want to have a look. That screen folds up and that folds up. And when you jump in, that folds down. Which is kind of cool. I want now to change the inside camera node. The camera node on here is way too tall. I just missed a bit, no. We'll be taking some straw out. You cannot help. If we get the whole of this field, I'll be amazed. We got 98%. Wow. Did I break in time or not is the question. Not quite. I braked. But nowhere near in time. Which is funny. Okay, we need a line. We need a whole load of linemen. But yeah, I want to create a whole load of hay. So, in July, that's the plan. Trailer, right. How much is the trailer we were after? Is an auger wagon cheaper? But the hook lifter we can't afford. That one there I'm after, because they're both the same. That, believe it or not, weighs less, but I don't know how. We could get that. Right, yeah, the actual trailer that I'm looking at is that there, 55,000 cubic meters. 80. Auger wagons. Got a base one there, 77,000. We got that one. That does that. Potato, sugar beet. Seed tender, which we probably won't need. Picked up them two just in case. Got manure cars of different sizes. And we got our standard tip over. Yeah, they're not. Chaser bins aren't worth it. It'd be that one there, if anything, at 77. So, yeah. Be a while. Again, it's like I'm just ticking off priorities every year at the minute. Like, eventually we might be able to upgrade from a dirt to a concrete yard. Because, yeah, we could actually do something, because, yeah, let's do something quickly. You know, I've tried to keep the weeds in, let's do something painting. Right. Let's get rid of all of the crap out of the yard. Make it a permanent dust bowl, right? Boom. We got 21.3, so we need to put 21.3 back in. Nice strip of grass in there. Decided to just spruce up the yard a little bit, but put the money back in after we've done this. Just makes it look a little bit more representable, because I'm just fed up with a untidy yard. Basically what I was. Right, painting the... Always trim it back out afterwards. So we'll go back to 21 when we're done. Yeah, go dirt there. Close that end off. There you go. Makes it look a little bit more representative. And we'll put about 6k back in. It's about right. I think that's looking good. Kind of want that out of there though. Yeah, we could distinguish this in a gravel yard. Make it look a little bit different. And always sort out the bushes later, you see. Kind of looks a bit more premium. Right. Oh. Actually gonna go one step further. Bang some gravel on the back of here. Yep, there you go. Tidied up. There you go. And now that distinguishes old to new. Have I got any fencing? So I have to pay for that. Right. That's done. Right, we need to put 15 back in. Bit too much. Take out 6. Take out 5. There's a reason why. So I want to then do something. You know those stones we took? Because anything we've missed, we can just round back out again. Painting. Gravel. I wanted gravel. Right. What I'm thinking is this big heap needs to go. I don't quite know what to do. What to do with it at the moment. Too big. No, that's not what I wanted. It was that I wanted. And the granite is roughly where the track has got to be. Right, I think that's yard terraforming complete. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Might actually take a bit more of this out. Yeah, because that's then like a segregation point. I'm wondering, like, should have a big ass birch tree in the middle of this yard. If you've got random patches, you could have two. I wonder if the oaks work better. Have we got an elm in here? Spruces. American elm. There you go. Got two. One there. No, because you need to still reverse into that trailer. And there's the trigger box there, so you could go that way. So I could always open up trigger boxes for these. It's just there, so you could potentially go that way. That would make sense for having them bits there. Right. That's what they call yard work. So if we jump into here, but yeah, that's now very nice gravel. So we can say that's the stones we picked up and crushed. Does that tree work? It's not overlapping anything. No, that tree works. Yeah, see, I've cut a branch off this. I've cut a couple of branches off there that kind of works. Them two oaks work. This now has a bit better feel to it with the gravel on the floor and like the closed off. We've got like kind of entrances in. I'm really loving the feel of this yard now. And then this big oak tree. That then, I wonder if I got enough landscaping soften. Definitely a ditch there. Yeah, that kind of works. You can come down. No, you got a bit of a sort of ditch. So that kind of would work. Then you got this big elm. Works around with these grass plant bushes. And then it kind of splits off. Actually, what you want to then do We want to add 2.5 grand back in a second. There you go. Done. Now that just makes it look a whole lot more presentable. Grass around the back. Gives that a little bit more of a feel to the whole place. Well, it's 12. 4. With landscaping, I don't like paying the cost. Yeah, 1,500 quid more. We need some cash. There you go, I do. Yeah, that now has a homely feel. I like that. That big tree works. Those bushes just about work. But yeah, the whole thing now feels secured. Still got a bit of work on the main yard. And what I mean by that is this shed. So this shed needs to come out. So we're eventually only going to have the big bale shed. That one's 6.5, so that one come out. So this big bale shed will go. And potentially we may need to put another tree in the middle of that lot. But we'll just see. I'm thinking one more tree. Is what I'm thinking. In that gap. Because, yeah, we decided we aren't going to fill it. So let's put a tree in there. Trees. Let's go. Another American elm. Medium American elm. It's too big. Nope. Nope. Trying to find one that fits. Oaks are the wrong type. Willow's the wrong type. Spruce is on. It's £2,500. It's a bit too big. Nope. £200 that. I want another one of them, but I can't find it because that would kind of work. So yeah, that's just the wrong. That might be that small American elm. I think that works. Yeah. And then this yard is then kind of complete. Got a random old big old spruce in the middle of it. Yeah. I'm kind of digging that. Yeah, I'm digging that a hell of a lot. I'm digging that a hell of a lot. I can't believe how well I'm digging this yard. Right, anything else needs to be done. So I'm in a kind of transforming mood as well today. I'm like, oh, just forget the stream, we just transform stuff. That first one may be going. If I have the same issues I had before with this combine. Put it on first person, let's see. We'll eat the straw to my right. Right, that's one good tick off the list. Boom. Ow. Taking a bit of this field out to my right. Kind of can see, just because of that tree to my left. So, bit of realism, jump out to on our own. I want to see if we've got enough space, just go straight back. Yeah, that's enough. Right, let's put a bit of grass in there because that's going to do my head in. 17, yeah, we've got enough cash for this. There you go. We never use this. We could just infill. I'm in that kind of mood where I'm just fixing everything at the minute. And just adding money back in as and when we need it. Take that out and make that a bit wider. Make that a bit wider if I can see that. There you go. No, wrong way. I have to fix that in a minute. Yeah, that land's not owned by me. That's funny. We're at 13. Yeah, we'll add some more cash in. It's better. But I say, how the hell is that not owned by me? It's about to say. Right, there you go. Right, I want to take a little bit more out of here. I will want to take these trees and put some bigger ones in at some point. So your path, take that out. I'm looking at kind of how big this pathway is. Right, where do we need to cut it to actually make it feasible to get vehicles through? So I'm making it a bit wider. There you go. It's about the optimum width. A little bit more off the edge of that. There you go. Take that out. Right, and then same on here. Because when I put this in, I literally just threw this together. Now I'm spending time actually designing this properly. There you go. Should be able to get a tractor down through there now. It's a little bit tight on that corner. Widen it a little bit. This has got enough room for widening. Come out the back of here. There you go. Done. Right, that's that done. Is this wide enough in here? I'm stood here, aren't I? So that doesn't need to be massive throughout the back of here. Take that line out. Take that line out. There you go. Right. Now you have got a rickety old path up that way M. So I want 16k back in once I've done this because we can't afford this. It's just a bit of landscaping that'll be done on the map for free. Just putting in. And then it should be cut through onto the back of there like that. No, the combine's in the way. I'm running around the combine at the moment. It isn't difficult to do. You've got to know where to look. There you go. Nice ditch. Now the other way. What were you looking at? Right. Run as close to the corner of that wheat field as possible. That makes sense. Yeah, I can stay there because that's kind of like a non-Ferris route kind of thing. So that kind of can stay there. We'll put some cash back in afterwards. Could pay for some concrete at some point. But yeah, you kind of got a small little miniature path. Right, I just want to knock that down because I want to put like kind of a bit more of a genuine track in the bottom of here. But with a few more, like, yeah, sort of break up this weeding bit. I don't quite mind it as much. I mind this less, actually having this in here. Because that kind of looks like useless. And we can just go a bit of this straight across the front of there like that. And then a bit of grass in amongst there like that. And then dirt, chop, chop, chop. There you go. Take the top of that off. And there you have it. So you've actually got a semi-finished yard. There's straw blowing areas in there. That's why I'm going to do that. Just because there's straw blowing areas in there. There you go. Right. Do what I want to do is dry grass. This cow barn. Might need to put another 5 grand back in after this. But as I said, everything I do, I equate for. Because half of this is not just playing the game, it's also land management, like landscaping and stuff. Still not happy with the tree. The tree should be back here, but it looks nice. Like, you kind of can see where that gravel comes in. Gravel. Oh, this inside barn should be in gravel. If I can see into it. There you go. Then of course we've got I'm gonna actually just put this in gravel so I can't know where my bell trigger is. I'm gonna square this off with dirt about there. So what I'm thinking is my front of the tractor should be in that square somewhere. What I'm thinking. Right, let's try lowering this back down. There you go. So, 7 grand back in after all of that. Yep, that'll do. This now should look like a proper yard. Yeah. Nice big wide track. Fair escapee. I want to put a couple of big trees in, but yeah, that looks nice. Kind of now makes sense. Kind of what I've done. If you hit that, and now you just come up. And you just come up over the back of there. So that should be the centre-ish of the farm. There you go. We want that down a bit to 0.5. There you go. So that kind of now shows you the rough sketch, and it kind of works. What it also tells me is there's no, when we go and put the grass field over the back there, there's nothing to stop me. So that kind of tells me there's a path there with there's a route, a path there at least to nothing. And actually, if you do that, you can see the production buildings at the top. So you could actually put back of them tree lines. I might just do something. I might not combine. I'm gonna go put a mod on because I want something for free. So I want to put a mod on because there's something that's been annoying me quite a while, and I'm about to go and do it. Right. I know we should be doing farm work, but... do for a minute just till I can work out what I'm doing right. Now for my next plan. Plants, trees, painting, decoration, fences. I want that. Hi, Brian. I'm trying to fix an issue that I didn't create, that I need to fix before I lose my mind. Has that done it? Yep, I think that's done it. So what I've decided to do is fence no man's land off. And actually, I'm going to be really picky. I'm going to redo this fence line. It's an easy way to delete. Because I've made a mistake. I don't know how easy it's going to be to take this lot out. Oh, fairly easy if you know how to do it. Okay. Because, yeah, I've definitely made a mistake. So, it's something I've had in mind for a while. And after what I'd done to the yard, so I started combining and then had a crazy 5 minutes. And then I thought, while I've got the crazy 5 minutes, I might try something. Because I never liked having the industrial park open. Something I've been thinking about for a while. But, come on. Trying to delete stuff is actually quite difficult. So, yeah, I've had a kind of a crazy idea. That is what I'm running on now. I've put a load of random trees at the back there. So that's good. Right. Carry on with my crazy idea. Let's see how this works. So, the idea, I've gone for plan B. So actually, let's follow this. So I've decided to make no man's land my own. Need the train too steep. Kidding me. You ever get those crazy 5 minutes? So that's kind of what... So that's kind of what I'm working on at the moment. Is a crazy 5 minutes, right. That's part 1 done. We've got to add some more money back in. Right, let's do part 2. Right, where is them? Okay, that's in the wrong place. That's gonna have to go. All about getting... all about just getting it nailed. I thought, you know what? Just make this look a bit pretty. There you go. Right. You know, kind of when you have the crazy ideas, it kind of, yeah. It's not perfect, so it will need to be deleted and redone. Don't get me wrong about that. I will need to delete this. So, it's only just temporary what I'm doing. It'll get finalised in a bit. I just want to... what I'm mainly doing is making the map my own. I want... that. No, I want... So we're on dirt roads. I want... one of them up there. I want something like that. Park there. And then landscaping, painting. I want concrete. No, I want asphalt. I want to finish this off. Yeah, at the moment we're still going to have a dirt path going up. Right, let's carry on with my crazy idea. Right, so... Good evening, Terrier. Good to see you in. I'm kind of fixing a no man's land issue. That potentially only me is ever going to have. Hang on. Do I wanna... right, what do I want to do from here is the question. Do I really want to do that or not? And I'm going no. Thank you, Mystic Smiler, for that. I kind of fixed my yard. And then went a bit crazy, and I don't like what I've just done here. So, I might come back to this with a different plan. I hope everyone's having a good evening. So what I'm trying to do, so my no man's land is split into two. So most of the maps owned by Forestry Commission that I'm buying the land off slowly. But I'm turning this area up in an industrial. And I didn't just want general public traipsing all over the forest. So I kind of put this no access point in. But kind of the issue we've got is I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with this. So I kind of, yeah. Hydrate. I'm drinking. So I kind of am trying to fix an issue. Kind of crazy 5 minutes. Thanks for that, Brian. Can you give Terry a shout out, please?
Una, I have to go.
And the windy mode's lurking. That's fine, Windy. I'm glad you found that. Right, what am I going to do here then? Because I don't like that. Right, let me try and delete this. Let me come in with plan B. Because we could have put the gate there. Right, let me demolish that. Demolish this. Demolish this. I've got an idea, chap. I have a plan. I would say to people go follow him, but most people who've come in here have, yeah. No, that's too high up. I've got a plan. Is what I'm running in my head right now. No worries, bud. So hard to get the gates bang on where you want them. That's better. Right, is that now going to work? That hedge might need fixing. That might work. We all follow the twat area. So we're producing our own seeds and our own diesel on here now. And with the amount of cows we got, we should be producing our own fertilizer as well. No, because we can just come up through the back. They're not going to let me. Glides with me, I reckon. Right. Let me get myself out of the way. So, I'm doing this so it... Come on, click in, thank you. So it sort of beds in with the map a bit better. Right. We still got to put another 10 grand in. So we should be on 20 grand. Right, I want... at least one big oak tree at the end of there. Right. So, whereabouts are we? Right, so that now should shut off and make this feel a bit more zoned. Because that's what I was just trying to do. He's making it more zoned. Right, I want to have a look at something. So let's go back to my farm. Jump in here. I want to go across there. I'm hoping this will now look how I want it to look. If you can see it. Which you can't quite. But if I hit that. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. It kind of weird. Right, bud. Sorry to raid and run, but got some food to catch up with Susie. Yeah, no, it's fine, Terrier. I understand raiding running. Yeah, it's kind of why you raid. Maybe adapting in the future. But that now kind of ish works. But yeah, chat, that's the farm I created from nothing. Brian, the changes I made earlier, I've widened this out. And do you know what I was saying, if you're still in here, Brian? You know what I was saying about splitting the yard up in two? Or three parts. This is like the older part. And then you come in, you've now got a gravel floor to come in on. And because of cost, we want to add 20 grand back in. And we want to log out and take off 2 mods. And then we can go combining. So chat, anyone's not following, and you've been in it, and you want to see more of the craziness, remember to smash that follow button. There's 29 of you in here tonight. With Terrier's raid. If I can get 20 of you to follow, we would have smashed 200 followers for tonight. So, you probably joined about the right time because I've kind of finished. Bull. I'm talking, I've completely forgot what I was doing. 2 seconds, let me fire that back up. My mistake. Right. Let's go jump in the combine and start harvesting now. Knowing me, that bit at the top I've done will probably change 5, 6, 7 times. It's a Sauber thing. What's up? I had a crazy half an hour. Well, to be honest with you, the last 3 streams have been mental. So, 2 streams ago, I went a bit ballistic and pretty much completed this bottom yard off. I've just banged a whole load of gravel down, planted a couple more trees. So the yard, I'm happy to say, apart from the top, so that when we buy the next piece of land up over the back of there, we would have a 3rd yard. So we're kind of modernising as we're going. Yeah, still a couple of bits that need dirt. You know what, we could actually... I'm not going to do it now, but I think this will be extended. So yeah, the plan is... this up here is going to be our 3rd yard. So, if you think that's awesome, let me just pan up here. So I've just chucked a fence in. This is my... it's kind of... industrial zone that I'm building and kind of visitor area to this, and this is kind of why we got the shot fence at the back. So it's taken us 260 hours, I think. Where are we in now? What time are we on the day? 12 o'clock, blam. I haven't checked anything. Right, they're still good. They're still good. They're still good. They're still good. Right, that's fine. That's still got enough. That's still got enough. That's good. Where's my list gone? Soybeans. Still rising. Yeah, it's taken 250 hours and 21 seasons to get here. We started off, so if I throw this in, so we started off after we cut a few trees down. We started off with £40,000 to build our first yard, and the £40,000 pretty much all it did was got me one tractor, a meter plough, and one harvester, and we were running a meter plough on here for months. Now we've kind of built up, I think we're up about 1.5 million at the moment is what, plus the cost of land. I forgot about that, plus the cost of land. So yeah, we're probably up near 2 million now with the cost of land as well that we own. Yearly income is still kind of unknown, but we're looking at what did I say we're looking at? Between 470 and £500,000 a year now is what our average earnings is on here, and I'm hoping after next year we can start saving cash. Because we're kind of getting close to having everything bought that we need. All that's left is we need the slurry attachment to go back on the back of the slurry tanker. That reminds me, anything in use that we need. Hang on, chaps. It's the wrong one. I would have got it. But it doesn't do what I need. Only does grain crops. So, thought that tree wasn't there. I want to see if my thing's got back to me. I want to just check my Discord. Because what I want to try and do is I want to try and modify this combine again. I've done a couple of edits on this, but I'm not happy with where the seating position is on it. I've put a slurry pit down there as well. Still not quite happy with how that went in, but it worked. So with the 2 yards we got here, I feel like they're nearly complete. So I feel like it'd be time that we potentially could start saving up for the top yard. There's 50%. So I find running the headlands easier in first person. Right. At least we've got nothing to worry about crushing anything. Wait, I say that as I try and rotate in. At least with the mirrors you kind of can see. Which is kind of a good thing. Say that as I struggle. Right, how close are we to that left hand side? We're good enough. So yeah, there was a few missed weeds on here. And this just proves what you can do with time. Like, I literally started this farm with 0. I never imagined to kind of get it to where it is now. I never expected to be in this position. I think the farm's worth between 1.8 and 2 mil with the land. Because when I was doing my calculations earlier, I forgot to include that. Right. That's a lot of grain already. But this is why I put a 22,000 litre tanker on it. Because I knew it was going to be needed. I love the way it kind of just shoves it and then cycles it. I find that quite cool. So I think it'd be time we get GPS on this soon. But yeah, we're producing. I'm hoping we'll have enough natural organic material on here very soon that we can then run our own produce. Precision farming comes out tomorrow, I do believe. So if I can, we won't have any money saved up for that for a while, but yeah, we'll be installing it. But we'll have no money for that for a while. Because our priority is getting the head of the harvester. So I think that'll be as and when we have it. We got rain coming in as well, which isn't good. So when's the rain due? It's only a quick shower. 7 o'clock. Have I gone to 3 days on there now? 3 days, yeah, I did. 85%. Yeah, and 19,000 litres. So I quite enjoy combining, actually. It's probably one of my most favourite things on here. Yeah, I agree. Right, we do not want to run over crop. So, that is filling up rapidly, pedo. So on Sim Dashboard I've got, even though I've got the fill meter down there, I find it's easier looking at the Sim Dashboard fill meter. Right, we're just going to tip this straight out. I know it's only 97%, but it's the auger out. Yeah, it is. Right, turn that off. And you can only get in this combine via there, which is pretty awesome. So we've got the bigger tank on. The next job is GPS, and I also do want to put a bigger auger wagon on. So right, not everything will fit in this trailer. We will have to do 2 loads, which is kind of understandable. So right, let's go feed the chickens. Farmer William, I don't know how much you've caught of what I've done so far, but I kind of done a lot of landscaping in the last hour. So let's have a look as we come through the yard, just to see how that landscaping translates. We might end up making a main road. Right, that's interesting if we cut across that grass bank. I might have to keep an eye on that and see if that becomes an actual thing that I do. Because if we do, then that's going to have to change. See where we've come across there. See where we've got the entrance at the moment. We might end up changing that. And I think we might do that in a minute. Right. I'm going to do what I said. I'm actually going to change that entrance. I don't quite know what I plan to do. I don't know if I plan to cut through there, see where we've come in. So I'm thinking that go V, go M. But do something like that. And then so what I'm thinking is changing this completely. So dry grass it all the way across. Grab that, tone that down slightly so we get rid of this, if it will work. Sometimes it does go, sometimes it don't, you see. Right, and then taking that out of there, so around the back of that rock. So it's in kind of like there. I suppose the only time we want to leave is if we go that way. And then we're 20, so we'll put some more stuff in a minute. There you go. And that, we'll see how that works, but then you've got kind of a two-stage exiting thing. Actually, that might be a bit too... Let's cut that back to there. Go gravel, fill that hole in. Fill that in there. There you go. Right. That's empty, so we'll go tip it in the bottom trailer. In the bottom thing, sorry. But that's just an example of how everything changes. Yep, and that works. Just straight. That I'm not sure about though. See where we've come across the back of there. So what I'm thinking, banging it across the back of there. Let's see if that helps. That makes sense. So we're not as close to the tree. Yeah, well, Barley, that's funny. So soybeans I've got because, so what I try and do is I want a crop that sells, I want stuff that sells all year round. I don't want to be limited just to winter selling. So the soybeans are there to be sold during the winter months. To be sold in the middle of summer. So I've got spring sell, summer sell, technically an autumn sell, but I'm not too worried about that. So technically I think I've got spring, summer and winter. And that means I've always got income coming in. So we're getting about 62,000 litres of soybeans at the moment. Right, I'm just going to go for a wee. Be back in 2 seconds. I was just doing some research. So I've got the animal slaughterhouse on here now, as well as an extra byproduct. So I got the slaughterhouse on here as an extra mod. And potentially to use it, I just want to check. I always go through checklists of everything just to make sure it's running well. They're good. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. Yeah, they're good. Right. Yeah. Right. Let's put that back in. So what I'm hoping is to eventually, by doing this, yeah, so I don't want to take the straw out that's on the headland. It might end up having to take a little bit out. That will then get, it doesn't get fed up. So yeah, it doesn't actually get fed up, but it gets kind of put back in the grinder. Not a bad system. But the other plan I want to do with this is, as we got money, I will reset the hours to 0 on this. On both of them, this and the header. Put the hours to 0. But it means we have to have cash to do it. We can do it in November. We can just layer it up for the whole winter, put it on 0 hours, and then just put both of them on. But it means I'll put a poll out and see. We're running now bang on 270, which is good. Question is, are we going to get this little bit or not? No, okay, we'll come back for that. So if we wear a straw mod, that will start deleting the straws we drive into it. That's kind of expected. I do love, this is why I love a big header. It doesn't actually take too long to get through these fields. At some point we will have a helper. We will employ a helper to do harvesting. So we will run the harvester and it will run the... Well, when you've got a lot of land and you're running a lot of land, you don't really want to be spending 9 real life hours doing the job. Because I've been here with a 4 metre header and I know how long a 4 metre header takes to get stuff accomplished. And you can waste, I wouldn't exactly say waste. Like if you remember where I started on here, running 1 2 metre equipment, I've been there, done that. Got the t-shirt as it were. But I think, yeah, the plan will be in November when we got the money, we'll get this laid up over winter and into summer next year and just reset the hours on them. Rabbit Man 1969. Welcome in, brother. Hope you're having a good day or a good night wherever you are in the world. Relax, put your feet up, and just enjoy the stream. And you'll kind of learn what not to do, as it were. But yeah, I'm hoping for next year, with the way the farm's running, there's very little equipment we need. William, I don't know if you noticed, we picked up a brand new forage harvester last episode. Not brand new, but second hand, but it wasn't the one I wanted, but it'll do. I've decided I'm going to run John Deere forage harvester. So the plan is to run John Deere forage harvester, John Deere combine, and class and Dukes tractors and stuff. The way it's going, I pretty much feel like I'll be owning the whole map. And I would feel like once we have got that point, then No Man's Land is completed. There's nothing else. There's nothing else for me to do once I've got there. And I'm not... The way it's going, I'm actually very close to doing it. From an equipment point of view, I think there's only 3 more things we need, and we potentially could get that next year. So the 3 things we need are... Yeah. That Multitech 21. Yeah, the so 69,500. So I'm actually going to make a note of this. So that... Yeah, it's taken 255 hours, bud. I started with 0 when I came on here, not even a tractor, just a chainsaw. So it's that. This is kind of the minimum stuff that I'm after. 81,500. Is that it? Or is there one other thing that I needed? Oh yeah, and the precision farming stuff. I forgot about that. and the precision farming stuff. So potentially by next year, so the way it's looking, the minimum equipment we need we'll have with us on the farm by summer next year. Right, where's that bump? Right there, and it's doing my head in. Right there. Right, let's see if that has fixed it. Might add an extra £1,000 back in. Right, what are we actually doing with this? Right, we're going to add some money to cover this grass back in. That I'm not worried about, that can stay. Yeah. Right, let's add £2,000 back in to cover the cost of that. So the only money that I've ever added in is for landscaping. That's it. I've never added money in for anything else apart from landscaping. But some stuff I don't bother. It depends what I'm doing. I probably will get to a point on here where we will just go, right, we got nothing to spend, and I will just take £300,000-400,000 out of the account to cover any changes over the last, we've done 20 seasons on it now, or 21, 22 seasons. I'm still thinking adding £500 back in for some grass seed. And the reason is, because that's the thing, it's taken me so long to get where I wanted to with this yard. I'm kind of at a point now where I know where I want to be. There you go. Right, we just want to cut that corner off again. There you go. That is looking pucker. Might do something with this in a bit. There you go. Right, let's see if this new bit of grassland I put in. Yeah, that works really well. And the yard's big enough now to turn around in. Yeah, I'm from the UK as well, bud. The thing was with me, I don't know about you, in 19, I had a vision with FS, with No Man's Land, and just never done it. And I kind of, so I started on Ellengrat when first 22 first came out. I started on Ellengrat, done 200, I was doing 1 million litres of silage a year, and was just kind of getting cheesed off with it. That's the first 2 filled. And yeah, it was just getting to a point where I'm like, you know what, I've had enough of this. It wasn't becoming enjoyable anymore. And then I moved on to No Man's Land. I think I said I moved on to it about 4 weeks too early. I wanted to actually own most of Edinburgh before I moved. But yeah, I kind of got annoyed. The last one is going to be interesting with that tree that I've put. But yeah, over the last 250 hours, what happens with me, generically with my yards on here, I'll change them 4, 5, 6 times before they become complete. And you never know. And the end goal, I haven't got one. It may come to a point where in the next 400 hours, I just delete the whole lot. Literally blanket the whole of No Man's, flatten everything and start again. I don't know. I've been on it since 19. And it's now the only game I ever play. Let's come back that way and just see if that hole's been fixed. Yep. I'm starting to get used to the leveling tools and stuff. We also do an experiment. So last year we rolled the soybeans, got 62,500 litres. This year we haven't. I want to see how much literage rolling gives you. I want to actually see how much more literage we get. Because if we only get a couple of hundred litres, it's not worth it. I want a massive increase for me to roll. We want to park that there. I know what we could do. If we're bringing in £300,000, that'll bring us in half a dozen bees. Could also go down that road at some point. But yeah, one other thing I've tried to do with this map as well, I've tried to keep everything that the Alien Jim wanted. So all the roads, all the trees, I've tried to keep in the same place. From kind of a realism point of view. And yeah, it's the only problem when you can't see the side of your header. It's not often I do that. I make that traversal mistake. Right. So this year, I've done something different. I've laid all of the straw down. Normally, I only do the runs, but this year I've decided to do everything. Because we got the pigs now as well, so I decided we actually probably need more. So the plan with the yard is the other side of that massive black refrigeration unit. The plan for that will be is going to be a modern sort of metal clad brickwork building. So we kind of got the development stage. We got the bottom end here is the timber, and as we've moved up through the generations, we've gone like stone wall render. So the target idea now is also we're running 400 sheep. I want to see how much clothing that produces. It might get to a point with the eggs. There is a cheat I can do with them if I wanted to. I don't know if I want to do that. So what I'm doing at the moment is I'm selling them every 6 months at the minute. Right. Where is the soybeans? Still going. So that'll probably be 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. That might actually be ready to sell. Because we can't do the whole crop silage, so that's sold. When we got cash flow, we're going to be changing this bottom end a little bit by putting concrete in. Oh, we got liming to do as well. I forgot about that. We got a whole load of lime. We got a whole load of liming to do. Right, we'll get the headland done, and then I need to do a calculation. Are we going to just take everything off here and not worry about it? Right, so... And there's a reason why. It's just because the way I'm running everything. Right, that's got 5,000 litres in. That's got 5 in. We are called at 15. Where are we on the pens? That's full. That's full. That's got nothing in. Okay. So we will take a full combine load off here to start with, and then see where we go, because the rest of this barley probably will go to seed. To be honest, we could actually create just a seed field. That wouldn't be too difficult to do. Just enough to produce some literage. It's not a bad shout, actually. So we could put it in down the back of there, but yeah. I think we'll cut all of this as grain, and we can always put it back in the seed. But we'll do that in a minute, because I don't actually know how much seed we've got in the thing. And the reason is because of the greenhouses. %. So I might just cut the whole field. And whatever we don't use can go into the seed bin at the top. Because to be honest, when we get to a point and we go, right, we've got enough, it means we can actually stop with that. Surprised you can't do it soybeans as well. Soybeans is not an option. Which I find a bit weird. But that's a kind of a plan. So that is an option we can run. I might just cut the whole field. I want to see how much seeds we've got in a minute and we'll be able to tell. So what we actually got in the silo. $58,500 litres, 110 in 111 in slurry. $12,706. You can buy, you can go. So they use 1 litre of seeds. 1 litre. I'm not sure if that's including that or not. Just to save us a bit of time. So many things on here. Right, we can't run to there, so we'll run to there. I want to run to this. Okay, so 12,706. That's what we're running in there. Okay. So we've got 12 in there. So we just basically want to bank 8 down. That's all I want to run. Let's put 8 down. That's all I want to put down is 8. So yeah. We'll cut the whole field to a full tank. And then see where we go. I love the way it just stacks it. It's quite an interesting feature, that is. The way it just stacks. And it just about... So, upgrade wise, I'm probably looking at the X9 and the John Deere forage harvester. Everything else will be case or dupes. I'm thinking of going case over dupes. I'm thinking of running 3 tractors. Right, I am pulling a third headland on this, but it's fine. It really does not matter, we're pulling a third headland. Couldn't be, but I am pulling a third headland. Only need 2, but we'll pull 3. Just because why not? Still got a big chunk of the field still to go. We've also got to pick the straw up as well. We've got to do that. Got to get the straw picked up. Might shut my windows in a minute. Just drop the temperature in a little bit. Right, 86%. Do this run and then we'll empty. Because that is almost full. Still running about 95%, give or take. How much sunflowers have we got in the doodah? We'll have a look at that in a minute. I always try and take mod shots, it's easier. Right. We just go shut the windows. Yeah, so I've reset the, like, made it so I can see a little bit more, so I'm not under the, so the vision's a bit more for the combine, and what it means is I can see a little bit more out of the tractor, which I'm guessing is kind of a good thing. Right, that grass has got to go. Seeing what I mean by, like, I'm developing as I'm going. See, that's where the cut through came in. So, what we want to do, slice this out across the front of here. Grab that. We want to be on 20k, I think. There you go. And then timber frame up on there. Yeah. Wrong one. Still the wrong one. Yeah, we'll add the money back in a bit. There you go. And that then just adds a bit more grass in. To be honest with you, what you could actually do is come out like that and come out like that. Yeah, we're gonna have to add some cash back in. There you go. Then that proves where the swing off is. Well, that's also told me that there needs to be infilled with gravel. That patch right there. You could argue that gap in there. Well. But where are we in our track? There you go. I might actually edit and make these trigger boxes a bit bigger. That's how you learn to drive. You then need to straighten the back up. Now, this is the bit I don't know what's going to happen. Okay, it's worked. I'm in. And what I might want to do is go production, buildings, animals. Where am I? I want to just try something, chat. Front of all of these. Yeah, that's work. And the reason I'm doing that is to highlight where the tip point is. Give or take. So that then tells me where my tip point is. So when we jump out and you look at the ground, you can go, right, there you go, you can see. Kind of can see the difference. How much is in there anyway? 15. Okay. 10,000. So we want, yeah, we want a trailer, we want another full combine. We got the right area on this. The thing is, you wanna get everything nailed. And advantage of own traction wheels, you kind of can tell if you've nailed it or not. And you can see that there needs to be cut there. Suppose you're not gonna go that way. If you come out of here, it'd be this way, because then you're coming in that way. So want to be covered out there. See, that. Make that a little bit wider. There you go. I'm on the wrong one, I'm on animal mud. You know when you're trying to just be bang on perfect. There you go. Could be good on here. Follow that path straight through. Park that up. I know we've still got some to go. Forgot about that. But that's kind of where I'm at with the series right now. I'm literally at the point where I'm like, right, I can now start putting the fine details in. So I don't know how much we've got to go out of here. Okay, that's empty. 300 litres, which is nothing. Okay. Right. 20,000 litres is our target. So basically a full combine load. What I'm thinking. And I've upped the 3-day seasons now as well, because then I can run the times on ×5. Just keep it at ×5. Right, menu. Yeah. Soybeans. All about just making the no man's land your own, and that's kind of what I'm doing. No one else will ever have this design. It's funny, sometimes stuff comes in the sale when I need it. So I'm praying that big trailer comes up. So we probably need to add, I'm going to add £5 back in for landscaping. I said, when we get to a point, I will be just deleting $500,000 from the bank. At some point. That is on the to-do list. And that will cover every single landscaping cost we've ever done. $500,000. We'll come back and clear that. So we're at 4,000. So 10,000 may actually do what we need. Yeah, we've got a lot of baling to do on here. Heck of a lot. So I reckon, yeah, I don't reckon we'll have any forage left. So what's the capacity of our doodahs? Because I can't even remember. Capacity of these, 24. So we're at 20. So 9. So 15 will be our target. There's the, yeah, so what we'll do, we'll cut everything. Yeah, we're not going to have anything left over. So rolling may actually be worth it. That's the weird thing. I'm just going to do a quick calculation. In 2 seconds. So I'll be able to tell exactly what I've pulled up out of here. So, let's do... Let's say they're all at 20,000. Plus 1 at 24. 84,000 litres. Give or take. And we want to add 2% onto that. On. So it might actually be worth rolling. It's kind of what I'm getting at. Is that everything? Yeah. I think that's everything. So we got, what is it? Let me just work out the calculation. $15. So let me just work out. So I want to actually see something. Right, so 24 is 84. I want to see how much we got left over. We'll dump this and see what we have left. And then I'm gonna add 2.5% onto it and see if I can work out how much 2.5 gives us. I should just be able to drive straight through the bottom of there. And that should unload in that brown patch. The trigger's not quite spot on. There you go. Right. How much do we have left over in this trailer? I reckon 3,000 litres. Nope. Wow, miles out by a mile. Flippin' Nora. 24,447. So that has surprised me. So we would have got an extra 2,000 litres. Potentially. So, yeah. So if we got 62, so in theory, 62,454 minus 2.5%, we would only end up with 60,000. So I think we need one more field just to create the seeds, is what I'm thinking. So have we got somewhere to do that with? Have we got enough land to build a field? So we got this, but I'm kind of want to keep that. That I want to keep as my grass field. The answer is not really. Looks like we might be buying 35. What's the options for planting what we need to make seed? Because I can go off that. Wheat, barley, oats. Wheat, barley and oats. Wheat, barley and oats. Oats. Oats are a spring crop. So we can do that and put that into the production building. We sell it back out of the production building. Yeah, we can do. So what does that give me as a sell price? So we've got February, March, April, May, June. So nearly £1,000. If anything left over. So we're there at the moment. 919 and best price, yeah. Yeah, you can sell them. So it's something to think about. Right, where's this at? 788 litres. So we've got 5,000 litres in there. And where's the price of diesel? $1,233. So they're predicting July to be down. Wow, May was all the way there. Yeah. So we could sell that for an extra £5,000. We don't need it at the moment. So we could just sell it. Get an extra 5 grand in, which would be needed. Got some pig food at the top we need to collect. So, right, let's go. Go and collect the pig food. Put it in here. So turn that off. Rain's already washed this. I've just smacked into something. What I'm thinking is jumping in here. So where's the, if we create a field, where would the field be created? So we can do a little one in there. So yeah, if we buy 36, that'd be the next obvious choice. And do oats, and then the oats can go straight into there. That's not a bad shout. That's not a bad shout at all. So, we're about to see if my theory is correct. It's about 2,000 litres you get, give or take. Now, this header just about fits on. Literally do just mean just about fits on. Good, that's locked. That's the main thing I wanted. Right, let's go and refuel this beast. So one job kind of at a time. So let's just see if my... So we want to head down there. That kind of works. And then we're onto the gravel. So DEF's fine. You know, I've just crashed. Wanted a diesel. So we want to see how much we got in here before we refuel. So I want to see, I know we'd be able to tell what this uses, but I want to see what we've got in 9864. 9684. It's going to take a while to fill. Got a big old tank on her. So while that's doing that, grab this and put this in the shed. I am really enjoying. Right, there's still a bit of a bump there. Should have enough clearance just to swing in the back of here. Right. And what I'm thinking is this gets parked in against the back of here. Somewhere like that. Right, drop that off. Then that. Right. Kind of metal shed speaks for itself. You know, some days it just doesn't work. I've got a stump grinder if we need... There you go, got it. I've got a stump grinder for as and when we need it. Right, we've got a couple of these babies in there. Just literally just going to do that with. We can pan down the back. There you go. Right, yeah. See, the row of spruces kind of works. They're not overindulging. And if we come through the back of here, that one still just about works. Yeah, that kind of works nicely. Right. Might need to find some music in a minute. We've been nearly 4 hours in. I'm just doing a bit of a pan round. Right, how much stuff have we got in here? Slurry 98. 15,000 litres of straw. 6,000 litres of milk. We need to go and sell some milk. We need to go and sell some milk. We've got enough water and enough food. So... let's jump in here. See where the production point has got to. It's dropping, so let's put that down to there for a minute. See what the production point is on diesel. Activate. Sell that 5,000 litres, we don't need it. So I'm going to grab the pig food. Now, it'll be interesting to see what this looks like. This is the first time I've actually driven this. So, I want to see, first things I want to do, put that on. So we're getting a bit of fluctuation. Nothing on there. We are getting a bit on front. Now it's dropping slightly as we come in. So we come in through the gates. Turn into here. Still a solid 60. We've got a pallet there we can shift. Swing ourselves in here. And what I'm thinking of doing, we're on 15, so we do need to add 5k back in. But I'm also going to add 500 because I want to do something. I want to go production, landscaping, painting, asphalt. About there. It will take. There you go. And as always, take that corner out. Now we should be selling that in by 6 o'clock. So yeah, we have 5,000 litres. So ironically, that's going up as we sell it, right? So we drop this in. I said I want to get a forklift up here. Right. Can we leave this up here? That's the question. Right, let's turn that off. Turn that off. Where are we with pig food? Yeah, right. So we wanna jump in here. I don't know how big this tank is. 8, 9. Okay, yeah, big. It's quite big compared to the rest. So yeah. I should probably sell about 8 o'clock. The thing is, we haven't actually got an enclosed barn anywhere for this. And potentially we've got no room to put an enclosed barn. We've got a storage shed there for anything we might need. So I wouldn't mind putting this in a different barn. Doors on at some point, but yeah. Right. That header's gonna have to go somewhere, but I don't know where yet. Interesting. Don't know if I can find the sweet spot of that again. There you go. Right, so we want to detach that, but I want to put it somewhere. Right, delete. That's done. Right, let's go and grab the tanker. Like, at some point, we will just go, you know what? We'll just buy brand new. Because eventually, you could just get a set of these. I'm trying to find, through the darkness, halfway. No! The brakes on this aren't good. Right, what we're going to do... That path comes out, I don't know where. Because we own that land, do the doodah. We want dirt. I'm guessing we'd want it out like there-ish somewhere. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Just as a temporary, just so I know where the path is, so as we come in, we kind of can see it. Get to it because it's quite a tight zone in. Now what we're proving is we could actually bring the fields in and kind of change where this path runs. A bit of a bounce across the front of there. So let's see. Just moving until it works across the bottom of here. There's the money coming. So now, you have no diesel. Yep. Storing, good. Right, how's this doing? That's fine. That's storing that. I still got tons. And that's still got tons. Okay. So we've got to put a path in up here at some point. Still got enough hay for a minute. Still got enough for the moment, which is good. Right, have we got, how many have we got? We sell a few and cheat a bit of numbers. We got 210. Have we got enough fully grown? Yeah, we have. Okay. Add the 500 back in. Because I'm not going to change, it's quicker. There you go. That now should be, yeah, 200 bang on. And they should all be over. Okay, they're not. They're 2 months away, but yeah. The rest of them are there. We're at 73 on this one. We could potentially make some cash. So we got 10, We've got 11 grand there. 22, so we got 30 grand. 30,000 pounds. We've got another 30 that we could put in, which is kind of good news. So at the moment, I'm just trying to save as much. I'm just trying to keep cash flow. Because yeah, we're kind of in a situation where we're in dire need. I'm not panicking just yet. So I'm not panicking just yet, but I'm getting close. Right, we'll do this, then we'll pick up some milk. It's 120,000. We need to go cut some trees down. I'll go cut trees down, but I don't want to. But that's the kind of stage where I'm at right now. I want to get a second one of these. So I want 2 rigids and an Arctic. I didn't want construction. I wanted animals. So yeah, so we got quite a few in here. Wow, they're already up to 83. So we've already got 70, 80, 90. 100. So we've got our 100. Which is amazing. I don't know how long cows go for, but they're 42 months old. So we've had this pen 12, 24, 48. Yeah, 3 and a bit seasons we've had this pen. And that's doing well. Danger engaged, welcome in. I've worked out, I've gone from nothing and a chainsaw to a £2 million farm in 250 hours and about 22 seasons. The income we're earning is ridiculous. I'm doing well, considering work's been... I've gone from meant having a week off to 3 days, but I've been pulling like absolute blinders out on here. I know it's dark at the moment, but kind of the way the yard is, it proves what you can do when you put your mind to it. A bit like what you've done on Hoop Aileron, and the amount of hours and effort you've put in Hoop Aileron. Yeah, there you go, we've just achieved long haul. You ever find yourself getting to the point where you've lost motivation? Have you hit that yet or not? So I hit that last week on here. And I've kind of made a public area up here as well with this fence line. Yeah, well, what I done was I went to look at Calmsland, and I was going to start a Let's Play on Calmsland with the money from here, but I worked out I needed £3 million just to start comfortably on 2 bits of plot of land, and I just went, yeah. I have a random question for you. Would you say you could realistically freeze eggs for 6 months before selling them? Would you say that storing eggs for 6 months in a freezer unit would be realistic? I know it wouldn't be the most healthiest thing to do for the eggs. just noticed we've lost music. And I've got no one in here, so I'm going to give you a shout out in a minute. None of my mods are on. Because I googled it, and the answer I got on Google was it's not advised, but you can keep them for up to a year. If you're not following Danger, go give Danger a shout out. So, I'm producing my own diesel on here, my own fertiliser now as well. Yeah, Google said it's not recommended a year, but you can do it. So, right, is every job done for tonight? Right. If you're not using them, get the open air garden. I highly recommend that mod. Right, that's good. That's good. That's storing. We gotta go pick up our trailer. That's what I was going to do. Right, the animal's okay. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. Let's go grab our trailer. We got any more around the back? Nope. So we've got 700 litres in there. Okay. We've got one pallet to shift. I need to get a forklift up here. That's kind of becoming an urgent need now. But yeah, we've gone from nothing to $500,000 a year income, which is crazy. Said it's amazing what you can do if you just put your mind to it. I kind of can't believe how well everything's worked. There's a bit of grass we've got to get rid of. But just from a production point of view, I'm absolutely loving... Well, it's a biodiesel. Shouldn't be on public property, but who cares? It's a production point and I didn't want it down to the yard. But through these gates, I'm actually going to close these. We can get... I wish there was a trigger. If that trigger point comes back, I might be getting that trigger point. And it's funny, I'm running no workers on here. I'm running no workers whatsoever. So we're about to do whole crop silage again with no workers, but I'm hoping to buy the 9 metre header. If that trailer comes up used, I'm going to find it hilarious. I've got to turn the lights off. If that trailer comes up used in a minute, I'm going to laugh my head off. Because that will then make our silage job a heck of a lot easier. If that trailer comes up. We might actually have enough to buy the header. We got 41. Yeah, I love the way they just get disappeared. It just falls through the trailer, which is quite good. Right, how far full is the pigs? We've only got 10 at the minute because that's all we can afford. $9,000 litres. That's good. I think they got enough straw, haven't they? Yep, they still got enough straw. Good. Right, how's our pits doing? 128 litres in there. It's good. Fine. Oh, there is doors. Okay, there's doors there, but we'll leave them open because, yeah. Right. I've got one more job to do before we skip the night. I'll double check, but I think 250. Yeah, 254. And technically the 22nd year. But I don't count the first 2 or 3. And I've just started 3-day months from July just because we kind of needed it. Right, let's get these in before we get a whole load more turn up. Let's just get them in. Right, this is going to be fun getting this in the barn. I might end up just putting this on by hand into where it needs to go, just so it doesn't take forever. I'm loving the new... I've put a load of gravel down because this was dirt. Because I've kind of got 3-stage yard being built slowly. I don't know if we've got any lights running. Might need to go turn the lights on. Did I not shut the door on the freezer? Nope. It's clever of me. Just notice that back's not quite level. Back of this barn is slightly gone up. Right. Don't you just hate it when you fall off your trailer? It's an absolute pain in the... That was funny. That was like a huge leap for mankind. Right, I have to do something different. Didn't expect that to drop 500 feet. Which way are we going with these? It's that way round, isn't it? There's no way you're stacking these on here with a forklift. With how I've put them in here. That kind of makes sense. So kind of the only way to stack them is by hand. Which isn't bad. Because we're selling these every 6 months. Right, that's another one down. Right, now to get out of here is the tough challenge. See what I mean? Getting out of it is the tough challenge. I've done it that way. Because that's the only thing that can get in and out of this barn. It's literally that. Nothing else can get in and out of there. Right, let's go to the next game day. I think we're done. Let's go and actually move them pallets, because those pallets aren't in the right location. Of course, I was thinking, what pallets do we need? Herbicide. So anything we can't create. I wish that there was a AdBlue production building that you buy. Well, no, water would be free. It'd be the urea that you need. You will not be able to make it. You have to buy it, but it'll be £100 for 2,000 litres or something. It'd be cheap. It'd be cheap. You have to make it cheap. So it'd be 70% water, I think, 30% urea, I think, and it'll be cheap as chips. Oh, we've forgotten 2. I forgot about that. We got 2 more to go. Okay, we'll go deal with that. I completely forgot about that. Just park this in here. We'll go collect the next 2. So that in front is a tweaked hay dryer. I got a fermenting silo and put a hay dryer into it. Because this pack here didn't have a hay dryer. So yeah, it's how the farms come. It's like literally you can see development over time. It's kind of where I've gone for. But that went easy. And this way, I don't need. So the way I'm doing it with this, I don't need. An auto loader. Even though we've got an auto loader, we don't actually need to use the auto loader. Right, let's not get this stuck in here again. Just punk these here. Use the headlights to try and shift these. And the flashlight. Right. Nope. I missed completely. Don't you hate it when it just misses completely? No, that's going to miss completely as well. It's so high, it's ridiculous. Like, that's not going on there because that's not further back enough. Better that now, mate. Wow. These pallets really, really don't like playing ball, do they? It's the only issue with super strength. If you're far away, it also doesn't help the height of this trailer. Either that's kind of an impact. Guessing that's Wisebot doing Wisebot's things again. Right. That seems to be in. So I'm going to pretend those outside doors are on remote control. So, you're not watching this. These are automatically going to shut behind us. Nothing to see there. Right. I think we are good to go to the next game, though. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. That's fine. Right, next game day, 5 o'clock, June. We will be getting rid of this mat and putting a house in at some point. Right. Have I messed up with the soybeans? Completely forgot about that. It's 263. Let's see if that goes up any further than 263. Yeah, it goes up, right. So let's put this to 0 and save. It meant we're on about the right time. So if you look at the price fluctuation, 245, so 264. So let me pull up my notes. DDD open with WPS. So the last price was 1246. So we smashed 1246. So let's go, put it again. 5, save. 6, save. 7, save. Wow, we're going to have to rock this down. 7. We might have to put this by 120. Just to keep an eye on this. 8. Nine. 70. So we've smashed last year's target out the window. 71. 272. 273. 274. 275. Is that where it's going to stop? I hope 276. Is that where it's going to stop? $277. $278, or was that it? 277. 278. 279. This is how I do my selling prices on max price. 280 or we capped? $280. $280. 280. 280. 280. 280. That's capped. I'm 100% sure that ain't gonna move. Flipping Nora. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 281. We're gonna be putting this down to 0.5 for work in the night. That's got to be the cap point, surely. Yeah, I'm happy to call that. So, 1281. That's the best price we've ever had. So let's see how much we get out of here, shall we? I'm probably thinking £80,000 is what I'm thinking. Because last year, we got 77. $1281. 1281. Right, let's go and see what's in the used. We're going to sell this and buy that trailer. So we are going to buy a new trailer today. It's not the one I want. We are going to buy a new trailer. We will be getting a loan for that trailer. So how much is it? 21,891. So we'll put 22 extra in. So I'm not worried about it. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So we're 388 up. So where are we on production buildings and stuff like that? So they're fine. They're fine. They're fine. They'll need some action soon. We got 1,200 litres of milk to go. Right, let's buy that bad boy. Right. Save money, not put the cover on it. Best stab wheels, I always put the flotation pros on all my tyres. Chassis colour, how much is £1,000? Standard is red and green. Don't need the cover on it. Standard is 37,500. Buy. So that's the in-game one, I do believe. I don't believe that's a mod. I believe it's that one. Where is it? It's that one there, isn't it? 37. So next up is the Feagle at 40. So what's the one? Because I've got a mod in for it. 55. So you could go 40. Because mine was modded to 26. So that's 33. 30, 22, 17, 25. That might be 34. Yeah, 34 is 44. So I'm going to probably up it. There's not much difference between there and there. I'm tempted to put that at 40, but we wouldn't need it at 37. So we'll sell the Rudolph and get it. Apparently there's no upgrades on it, but yeah. We've always got to be looking. Said, I'm not worried about the loan. The target plan is if I can get away with... We're going to have to make a note of this as we sell. And then we'll drop this trailer off. And see how many trips it is. It wasn't the one I'm after, but it would do me. Right, the gates are shut, so we're going to have to open the gates. I quite like the I want to take the weeds out, so I will be wanting to do a lot more work through this. But at the moment this is a dirt track. I probably want to change this. Do we put concrete down and carry on with the concrete? I think that's what we should do, but so I think before we sell this, I think we're going to go concrete all the way down, but I want to add some stuff in. So we're going to go concrete. We're on 43, and that's where we're going to save. So go asphalt all the way down. You can neaten up the edges again. Mate, we'll go dirt driveways just because it's easier. Hey Missy, I'm making No Man's Land my own. Your production buildings work an absolute treat. Absolutely love them. You've done a really good job with them for me. I do have a random question for you. With production, shouldn't you be losing money every month, not gaining money? Because I'm actually earning. I think I'm earning off them. So I don't know if they're all set up incorrect or whatever. I'll show you my allowances in a minute. So we got to add some cash back in for this. Because yeah, this is costing us money when it shouldn't do. So we'll add some cash back in to cover what we lose on this. But yeah, overall, that is the industrial park nearly complete. So what we were on, 43, so we had £4,000 back in. There you go, and that covers that bit of landscaping. Yeah, Missy, just a random point. where are we on income? See, production cost, shouldn't that be in a minus? I don't know what's gone on there, because on my production buildings, it says production cost per month. So I've got my costing in, but I don't know if that should be in the minus. Oh, where am I? This is at the bottom there. I know, it's something... I know, it's something I noticed. So, it's across all of them. So, production costs... I thought that should be in the red. So, I don't know if that's an issue. Because I've only got a couple of yours. So, I've got to test further. Because that's cost me 30. That should be a cost. You're losing. So... So I don't know. It's weird. It's something I might, when Big Pete's on, I'll ask him. So what do we earn on that? It hasn't finished yet. So that's something I've got to test on another map. Yeah, it's fine. I've just noticed my internet just dropped.